Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Wednesday, October the 1st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses and let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, William. Maybe somebody in YouTube, can do the same thing. Just want to make sure you guys can hear me and see my screen in YouTube. Interesting day, guys. RVYL is up 71%, but normally we see a few way up, like 100%, 200%, 300% in this. In fact, that just snuck in for the longest time. LAC was the only one that was up a lot. And I'm not saying 32% obviously is a huge move, but a lot of times we see these massive moves. Not today. Anyway, LAC, of course, the headline, your government taking a 5% stake. I guess that's solidified. I know that was tossed around earlier, but I guess it's solidified now. LAC, 5% stake by your government in this company. RVYL, I'm trying to see if there's any news on this one. RVL, yes, trading higher after the company announced $75 million merger agreement with RTB Digital. So it's some kind of a merger agreement. Thank you, Fusebox. GLXG. Couldn't see any news on this one. A lot of volume, like 13.9 million. I can't see any news on it. China stock, low float. I guess that's your news, but I can't see any news on it. Now, this is one that I don't see any news on. PGY. Got to be something going on with that PGY. It's up almost 10% now. And it's getting close. 35.50, 35.50, 35.50 is the next high looking left. Couple of daily highs right there. Now, I'm more inclined, kind of like yesterday. I'm going to watch this one at the open. I'm more inclined to maybe take a fade on this one, PGY. I don't see any news on it. Not that that has to have news, but I definitely don't see any news. There's got to be something somewhere. BTM. So this is sort of an earnings play. Yeah. So it's not technically an earnings play. Technically, they don't release until November, middle of November, but they're reporting preliminary news. Okay, revenue of 160, up 18% year over year. Bitcoin play, of course. So it may as well be an earnings play. That is BTM. Pretty low float, 19 million in the float. Nike, yeah. So I don't know if you stuck around for that one, William. I'm going to call you Neil. NKE, Nike had obviously a great reaction to earnings yesterday. It was right at the 200-day moving average, right at that 200-day. It's a big move, 1 billion in the float, 4% move. That is a very big move for that sort of a float. Now, to me, Nike, there could be some resistance. Is getting to me anyway. Could be getting into a resistance area right around here, around that 73.50 mark. We've got the daily chart. Could be. Morning, Marvin. By the way, I have that one thumbnail, the big one from yesterday. Almost took some, and said, well, maybe hold some overnight. Didn't. BENF. Let me see if they did a financing. No financing that I can see. This was a big one from yesterday, of course. Upstart, UPST. Just looking at a few, not an earnings play. I thought it was an earnings play. UPST is up. And the reason I'm looking at it is because, again, when you look left on that daily chart, look at all the room it's got, $58. Now, of course, the market's going to start off soft today. Okay, we've had a bit of a rally, though. I think 10 o'clock, I put a bunch of, there's some economic data coming out at 10. See what it is. Then we got ISM, manufacturing employment, PMI, new orders, etc. I don't know how much that's going to affect the market short term, but there was some data coming out at 10 o'clock. I popped that in the support area, not the support area, the post alert area. APDN. Now this they did a financing yesterday. I think the financing was at 440. I think it was at 440. So I thought it was. I might have seen this little pop here earlier. Anyway, it's still underneath the financing price, but it's above yesterday's close. I guess that's what caught my eye. And they did a financing, but the financing is at 440. Has room, obviously. It wants to hold over yesterday's close. MT showing up here, guys. MT. Yeah, French steelmaker, MT, all-time, yeah, all-time high. MT is an all-time high. Interesting. This is the one. This is the collapsing one today. Bio collapsing. I don't know what else they got in the pipeline. William, I'm not sure you've looked at this one yet. FBIO, Fortress Bio, tumbles as the FDA declines to approve their genetic disorder drug. So I don't know what else they've got going on, but that's FBio. Calm is an earnings play. CALM is an earnings play. Big gap down, guys. I mean, look at this. It's been in a decline for many weeks now, from 117 down to 90, now 86.90. This is an earnings play. Conagra, it hasn't moved very much, but it's a known stock, of course. Conagra, CAG, is an earnings play also. Let's see. The next high looking left is 1890, pretty close. RVYL. NVA. I forgot to mention NVA. Are you still here? Yes. NVA from your DoD, I think $43 million. Defense, U.S. defense spending. Okay, $43 million. So this is up 21%. Low float, low float. Interesting. Is that of Australia? Boy, this PGY keeps moving. And William, you said you could not find any news on it. No news on it either. Well, look, the close. I hope it has a big pop and gets even in the pre-market. It gets close to this level here. Probably not. I mean, that'd be a $3 run on top of the $3 run it's already been on. Just looking at potential short. I mean, this is getting really parabolic. A lot of shorts available. 2.8 million for me anyway. Interactive Brokers, but it is ripping on no news that we could find. PGY. Pagaya, what do they do again? They development of AI and data networks. Okay, who doesn't do that? Well, I mean, this got to be something. Obviously, there's something going on because there's it's not a China stock. I mean, it's a U.S. stock, so something is going on with PGY. At some point, it's going to be a very nice short, but of course, where's that? You got very parabolic on the 15s, and again, obviously running counter to the overall market. Yeah, 2.8 at Interactive Brokers, PJ, in terms of shorts available. I didn't see anybody in YouTube. I just need somebody to say, "You can hear me, see my screen," then I'll move on, if you don't mind. I think I'm live, yeah, my mics are on. My little YouTube mic icon is on. Okay, thank you, Mr. G. Thank you, Pepe. Okay. So LAC, LAC, let's take a look. See now, again, this is really interesting. There's only one up. I mean, 34%. I understand it's nothing to sneeze at, but normally in this pre-market act is up. We see stocks that are could be up 100, 150, 200, even 300% in the pre-market. So this is not getting a lot of big pops even on these small cappers. Thank you, Byron. But holding above the highs here. I think this was the day this was first announced that the U.S. your government might be looking at taking a stake in LAC, and I guess today advanced talks. Wait a minute, that's not the right one. AES Core. Okay, let me take a look at a. It just showed up on that headline. So it looks like it is a done deal. Your DOE will receive warrants, giving it a 5% ownership stake, plus a separate 5% economic stake. Okay, in the Thacker Pass JV with General Motors. All right, so that is looks like this is definitely a done deal. And USAR, so all the some of the other rare metals are we going to get pulled along. USAR at the beginning, look at that, I got up to 1840, pulled back a dollar. Okay, thank you, Shady. That funny, I don't see that at Interactive Brokers. Usually they pick up little headlines like that, but okay, well, again, okay, that's the reason, I guess. Still like it for a potential fade, though. I mean, this has gone super parabolic. CJET, I don't see CJET, so CJET must be underneath $1. That's my limit here is $1, and the answer is yes. Now that's interesting, though. I mean, look at this gap now. Next high looking left is 166. So you know what? Even me might keep an eye on this one. Enters into a memorandum of understanding for expanded private placement up to $1 billion. What are they going to use that for? Digital asset services. Of course they are. A lot of money floating around out there, I guess. Of course, all these things say up to. Love these ones, 4471, 4480. Pretty tight spread, guys. And that's for the CJET. Well, you know what I'll do? I'll put a price alert around 50 cents, just around 50 cents. See if it takes out 50 cents. Pfizer had a pretty good day yesterday. PFE had a pretty good day yesterday. Saying PFE popped. Pfizer had a pretty good day yesterday, as I saw. Yeah, great day yesterday, in fact. Came all the way from 23.83, closed up here at 25. So almost a $2 run from the low. And now maybe getting into some resistance around the 26.12 mark, a little over 26, maybe. Just give me a moment, guys. My music is getting a little distorted. One moment. All right. So here's another one that snuck in here, guys. KAVL. KAVL. Yeah. I know what it is. I do have stocks under a dollar, but they've got to be at least 50 cents, I guess. Yeah, that's got to be 50 cents for it to show up here. I do that for those of you who do like to see stocks that are under a dollar. So I guess that's why I've got these stocks here. All right, guys, what is it? 916. So the market was yeah, up a little yesterday. Things were up a little yesterday. XLE, I want to take just want to see what energy was weakening. Yeah, energy weakening. Okay, a couple of down days, getting closer to the 200-day moving average. PGY continues. Boy, well, this might give me, come on, get closer and closer here. Benchmark that now is showing up. Benchmark reiterating a buy on Pagaya, maintains a $48 price target. Doesn't mean it's going to get there, of course, but that is obviously causing the pop, as Shady pointed out, in PGY. Okay, XLV, as always, want to see where healthcare is. Just looking at the three that are, wow. Wow, wow. Look at that, guys. Healthcare had a huge day yesterday. Not like the market was ripping. Healthcare had a huge day yesterday. XLV closed above the 200-day moving average for the first. Well, it did a few weeks ago, but for months before that, XLV was way under. But hey, look at that. Healthcare over the 200-day moving average again. Can it stay there? And then the other one that was below was consumer staples, XLP. Yeah, still below. So only one major sector now below the 200-day moving average, and that is staples, consumer staples. Haven't really looked at the other ones. I mean, they've all been so high above. It's not been pointless looking at. Boy, PGY continues. LAC, LAC is coming off that 750 mark, up to around 770 now. I mean, how much weight does this benchmark have? Benchmark analyst Mark Palmer. I mean, I've heard of them, but I didn't think they would have that much weight. I wonder if that whole number of 34 will stall at 33.85, 33.86 right now. Hmm. Like these because I don't have to get up early to see these. If I want to short them, I just watch them go crazy and then try try to figure out a way to short. I'm not against this company. I'm not. I'm not downplaying the news, but this is a very parabolic move on the 15-minute chart. Ah, well, look at Bitcoin. Big move in Bitcoin, guys. We're getting back close to that 120,000 mark. We're at 116 and a half now. Big move in Bitcoin. So Mara popping. I'm assuming then Riot's popping too. So now Mara is above the high of 2 days ago. And so Mara has a little bit of room. 1931. I think Riot has a lot more room. Riot. I think it has a lot more room. Nope. Not the same. So both Mara and Riot are popping here on Bitcoin Surge. So they're starting to follow Bitcoin a lot more. Actually, it's getting, no. Lifetime range is at 24%. So yeah, it's not even close. So is an NDA, is that a new drug admission or a new drug something or other? Is that acronym NDA or for NDA? Application, okay, admission. Poly on the move, guys. Yeah, Poly on the move. PALI popping through $1 in a big way. Look at the volume coming in. Okay, here we go. I don't. Well, $120 million public offering. Wonder what they're going to do with it. Well, I'm wrong. I thought for sure they would be saying we're going to get into digital asset management, but right now it appears not. Interesting. 70 cents a share. So this is popping off at 70 cents a share like nothing through the 200-day moving average. Well, next high in a weekly is 189. Not shortable for, yeah, too bad. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. PepG. This was a big one a few days ago, I think. Last week. Yeah, PepG. Big day on, well, let's work backwards. Tuesday, Monday, Friday. So I was Thursday's big mover, PepG. Can't remember why, but so it's above a high of 2 days ago now. That I would put a price alert around 536 and just see if it takes out that high later, and because then it can challenge the 631 level. All right, guys, it's wow, gotta hurry. 9:24, so I want my 9:30 layout up and running. All right, getting this layout. And one last thing to do. I did mention RZLV, yes, LV. It should be right here also. Yeah, there it is. So these are the top 6 now, guys. Still, wow, only one that's up. Again, 32%, big move. I get it. But if you've been here enough, you know that normally we see stocks that are, well over 100% up in the pre-market, the smaller ones. Well, I think I'm old enough, William, but maybe we didn't do that in Canada. Maybe our schools didn't do that one in Canada. Or your schoolhouse rocks. No, I don't remember. Well, yeah, typically, I mean, if you wanted, I would say certainly more than 50%, probably more, 70%. You see a financing, usually they dip down at least below the financing price. So I don't know why in this particular case the Pally is not. But what happened? I don't see it anymore, so it must be under a dollar now. Just under a dollar. So now it's going to, if it keeps there, then you're going to see it here. Because the low here is 18%, and now it's at 19.8%. So there you are. AYI, I don't see AYI. I didn't see that as an earnings play. Let's take a look. Definitely an earnings play, August 1st. Oh, I see why. It's way outside the price range I look at, but yeah, earnings play. All-time high, guys. Yeah, AYI, Acuity, all-time high for Acuity. All right, PGY starting to weaken just a little bit. There's about a dollar drop from the high now. Yeah, probably too much to give away if you're waiting for a VWAP break. 31.95, 32, that's about a dollar. So I don't know. Maybe 33 break. Let's put a price alert down here. All right, guys, less than a minute to this open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I got to make an exception for PGY if I like what I see, but typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down a little bit. Not that everything has settled down after 15, of course, but certainly they are more than in the first frantic minute. And yes, I run the risk of having something run away on me. SPY, speaking of, there's the 200 or the VWAP guys right there. Wow, there's PGY now. Didn't get it. Didn't take it. That would have made my day. Now, well, you know what I was saying? Is it too much to ask for it to get down to the 200-day moving or the VWAP? And there's the VWAP right there. That purple line you see on my chart, will that act as support? Look at that, guys. Right, it's right at the VWAP, and that's the PGY. RITR, sorry, this is halted. RITR, halted on the way down. Okay. See if there's anything beyond me trying to get beyond bankruptcy completely. All right, popping here, guys. GLXG, GLXG. I don't see any news on it. I had it on my list. I don't see any news on it though. But it's below the VWAP. Ugh. Now I'm jealous. PGY. I'm very jealous. Yeah, right on the well, even if you just waited for the 9:30 open. All right. Well, let's get on to something else. What is the market doing? So the market, I mean, that market is not trashing yet. 32, Dow's down 32. These are up down a little. Spies down a little. In fact, the market just put in a little pop here on the spies anyway. Little nice positive candle to start. Okay, we've got a halt in BKKT, guys, and 31.84. So it's halted at 32.45. This is a halt up, isn't it? Yeah, it's a halt up. Well, not really. Yeah, it's a New York stock. Okay, and usually you don't get these spreads in a Nasdaq stock with 31.84, 32.90. Yeah, so it's hard to know where this is going to open. All right. Well, there's your CJET, guys, at 50 cents. Do I dare? Do I do something that I don't normally do? Watching this right at 50, guys. All right, let me put a price alert again at that 50-cent level. It tried to get through it and stalled briefly. Look at the volume that came in. So the volume in my goodness, 452 million shares have traded already, 4,700 times normal, and that's for the CJET. Okay, RZLV is now popping through the orange wave there. Come on, get over 50 cents again. I'd love to take this CJET. Okay, Alcoa, guys, AA 33. Alcoa on the run here a bit, but coming into maybe some resistance. Mentioned, okay, APDN. Now the financing was at 440, so it's still below the financing price, but trying to come back a bit. Okay, this I couldn't find this one, but this is AES, guys, jumping after reports of Advanced Stock being acquired. Can't remember who the acquiring company is. Come on. I'm just so interested in taking one of these really cheap ones. I never do it, but I want to see CJET get back over to the 50 cent level again. So this is what I'll do. Why not just put a price alert? Well, I know I've got price alerts there. Maybe put a price alert a little above the current price and see if I can start to induce it upwards. Yeah, look at the market. Actually, yeah, this is nice recovery. Was well, it wasn't down a huge amount anyway, but nice start anyway. All right, come on, CJ. Now you're getting closer. I'll put 48 cents now. Come on. All right, guys, 50 cents. Well, briefly. All right, so this is so quants still kind of weak, guys. I mean, the quants are still kind of weak. This is QBTS. UPXI guys on the move now. This is this shortable for me? No. This looks like it's coming into resistance. UPXI. Look at the look left. You got a three. Yeah, three daily highs right in that area. Takes that out though. 681. So, all right, put a price alert around that 636 level and see what happens. I just think if it has a nice 50 cent break, it might. I don't know where it would go, but obviously the only reason is because of this potential gap fill. I mean, I look at this and go, okay, a lot of other traders are looking at this too. Okay, well, there's a UPXI. You can see that little red line on the chart. That is these highs over here. Okay, I saw that Raya didn't see the halt. What did it open at? Raya? Okay, that was a halt up, 525. So it's still wow. So it did pop above the halt price. Wow, it's had a really, really, really nice run, guys. Is Calm. It's an earnings play. It had a really nice run. I mean, look at this, 86 to 90 $93. Just give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. How did that pillow work?
It did work. I don't have as much pain as last night, but don't push my neck. Like you have to seriously. I get better. I hope it's not internal. Look like chiropractor.
Well, maybe a few days on that pillow might help.
Maybe. I don't know if I should do an appointment with my doctor. She's the busiest doctor in Richmond, I think.
Mhm. Yeah, I know I had the mic on. Okay, guys. So let's see now. I'm just waiting on that CJET. CJET. Love to see. Again, I can't remember the last time I took a stock. Never mind under 50 cents, but under $1 in a long, long, long time. It's just a number, but it's a psychological number to get through, but it's just hovering underneath. Anyway, let's how about Sarepta now? Sarepta SRPT. Well, Sarepta's got room. Obviously, it has room. 2036 is the next high, so you've got some room for Sarepta. B. So this, you guys were following this one yesterday, and this was an all-time high, I believe, and it's a continuation, perhaps. Yeah, continuation, all-time high now for B, Bloom Energy. All-time high. Chow, remember Chow from yesterday? Now this is 723, big level, I think, because no, I just wanted to know if I got over 7. This had a big run at the end of the day, and then it pulled back a lot, but it had a great run. Um, that high right there is around 760, but it's over 7 now. It's a volume like no volume. Okay, so no volume, only 29,000 shares. You know what? I saw this somewhere else. I can't remember where I saw it, but AKAN just got halted on the way up. So AKAN just got halted on the way up. So where could this open? And then Rhea got halted again, but this is probably on the way down. Yeah, Rhea's got halted on the way down. So the screen you see here is nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. The blue screen halt. There's the halt. 558 is the halt price, 559. This column trying to give you an idea about where it could open. Doesn't have to open at 559. If you're in this right now, you would hope to see a number higher than your halt price. Deep Pro from yesterday. So Deep Pro from yesterday, I remember I put a price alert, see if it would take out 9 earlier, but it certainly didn't. It dropped most of after that 9. But now here we are. Next high looking left is 955. Well, guys, this CJET just doesn't seem to want to. So I'm going to forget about it for a while now. I'm going to. I still have my price alert set. I don't know how that happens. I did not type in AES. So I still have my price alert set in this area. So I'll reset it. Maybe later it'll take out that 50 in a big way. Maybe. Yeah, I wish there were more room on this one. The GLXG. Wish there was some more room on that one to go before it hit that next high. As we're talking about HCTI, we would have got right to that high of a few weeks ago. That high looks like around 373, 372 it got to, and that high right there is 373. If we can take it out for $4, but I think it not that interested in it. Okay, AKAN, I think it just opened. No, it did not just open. I'm actually a little surprised that that CJET did not take out 50 cents just because of all the room it had looking left. All right, PGY. Let's see if it's coming into any sort of a bounce area now. PGY. Here's 31.22. There's a low there. Well, guys, that is a good insight into how I like to trade. I do not take the trade unless it triggers for me. Okay. I was waiting very patiently to see if this could take out 50 cents in any sort of way. And, it looked like it wanted to several times, but I wasn't going to anticipate that it did. Now, if you're in this one, I mean, there's the VWAP. Maybe the VWAP will act as support, but Good call, William. Yeah, you mentioned buy the rumor, sell the news. So look at LAC. I remember you said that in the pre-market. Sell the rumor, or buy the rumor and sell the news. No, I know what you know what I'm trying to say. Buy the rumor. So there's LAC. I mean, just what was the high? The high was what 776. So there's a nice percentage drop. So both Moderna, mRNA, and I guess Pfizer are both up. Yeah, nice day again for Moderna after yesterday's nice day. Another nice day here. Next high looking left is 2781. Okay, guys, UCFI came out of the halt. Okay, guys, yeah, come on. Holding my breath a bit. All right, okay, I'm out some. I'm out some of the UCFI. Came out of the halt. This I probably got halted on the way down at one point, didn't it? And now it just popped up again. So 650 might be the tough one to get through. Yeah, out completely, guys. Out completely. That wasn't bad. I mean, a quick hitter for me. Had to hold my breath to see if it would get through that 620 mark. Now I will put a price alert up here around the 651 mark and see if it carries forward later. Well, AKN was nice. The halt was at 560 and it's at 616 now, and it halted again. I don't know. Did it dip below? Did it dip below that at all? Boy, we've got a lot. Remember yesterday there were hardly any halts or zooms. Well, maybe by the end of the day they were a number, but usually this halt resumes is filled up in the first 15 minutes. A lot of stocks, of course, popping and dropping, mainly popping. Now we got a big red bar now. So that red bar wiped out that the first three blue bars, green bars, positive bars. All right, guys, 9:55. So I think what I'll do is I'll go over my homepage. I'm just watching the UCFI and see if it can get back over that level that I got. Morning, Ian. Control copy. So I'm copying my homepage into the rooms. Okay, so let me explain these promo codes for you. Okay, there's a few of them, three of them. So this is on my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link, so you can get 30% off a premium annual. Okay, you can get 22% off the premium monthly. That's for the first month only. And you can get 15% off the other two plans, meaning a monthly standard, the first month only, or an annual standard. So, of course, the big one, if you want to commit to a premium annual subscription, you can get 30% off. Okay. Now, if you're sitting there in YouTube, we do have another trading room. You don't have to. You can stay in YouTube if you want, but just want to point out that there is another trading room. A lot more action in it. A lot more traders in it, throwing around, tossing around ideas all day long. And that's the link to get in. So if you click on my homepage link, trading room. Okay, you don't have to, but a lot of people don't even know that, who are in YouTube know that that room exists. But again, there's more action here. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. Okay, it's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And also, if you don't see it there, check your promotions folder if you have Gmail. So if you click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit. Here's the education section. I'm going to just show you the user guide, not so that you have to learn the user guide. I just want to point out one section because I'm going to go over the races. So one section is on TI stock racing. Okay. Don't get overwhelmed by everything that's in the guide. You don't have to learn everything. I'm just going to point out this is a great reference though when I go over the race. Scroll down. Getting started with trade ideas. First thing you must do if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Okay, you must do this. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about our program, if it's maybe a right fit for you, you can start off with that second video. These are all short videos that should give you a good enough idea about whether or not this is a program you might want to try. Okay, that's what I would do before even committing to a monthly. Committing to a monthly is just, there's only a 1 month commitment if that's all you want. And the other one, back to basics. If you are new to trading, a free series of videos for you. If you're new to trading, all free. Great. Clicking on my homepage link, maybe at the top, scroll down, and now here's everything that I'm sharing. So this is what you can see, okay? The biggest gainers from the start of the race is right here. These two races I don't have in this list here, but if you want them, I can give them to you. Just ask me. These are large cap movers, gainers, and large cap losers, okay? This is the halts resumes right over here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Now I have other scans that I am sharing. I do not have them running right now, but that doesn't mean you can't look at them. You might like them and have them up and running. I used to, but I'm really trying to pare back everything that I see now. But I've got a momentum scan, I've got a gap scan, and I've got this combo scan, Pepe combo scan. Okay, so I do have these three, so you can take a look at them. Now, first of all, if you were new to all this, new to either our YouTube room or the main room, welcome to the room. This is the format. So in the main room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, okay? I try to open the YouTube room sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. I get on the mic, both rooms at 9 o'clock. So why so late? I live in Vancouver, Canada. So graciously, Obi opens the main room at 6:45, which would be 3:45 my time. A little too early for me. I go to at least till 2 o'clock Eastern time. I'll always say later if there are questions. I say later. Yesterday there were some questions. But even when I leave, most days, either William or Obi in the main room will keep it open after I leave. So in a big day, the main room is open from 6:45 all the way to 4 o'clock Eastern time. It's a trading room, but you can also ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer. Now, the race. Why I think it's a good idea to take a look at a race. You can construct your own, but I want to go over this race that you see right here, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. So what does that mean? So I'm running, excuse me, everything is customizable. Everything I'm saying is customizable, but I'm running a 4-minute race, again, customizable. So it's almost over. AKAN, what does that 17.8% mean? That means that since the race started, AKAN has moved. Wow, look at Pally. Look at that. Ugh, look at that move on Pally now. AKAN has moved 17.8%. Pally has moved 12.5%. Let's see if AKN can hold on in the last 7 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, and yes. So it held on to win the race. So the really nice thing about the races is that automatically a top 10 list is created for you automatically. See, now there's only 6 right now, but by I don't know, maybe another half hour or so, there should be 10 stocks in here. And what the number beside, say USFI means, is that USFI won 2 races. And AKN, which just won the last race, has won 2 races. So that's what happens. The stocks that win the most races over the course of the day make up this top 10 list. So why is that important? Well, if you're new to trading, this gives you some focus. Then that means if you want, you'd only have to maybe take a look at 10 stocks and study them, figure out maybe a way to trade them. If you've got any trading experience at all, oh man, that AKN, unbelievable. Look at the halt price was what, 560 early. But indicative of a crazy low float, 730,000 in the float, which is ridiculously low. Wow, look at CJET now, guys. You wonder, why I do not anticipate something is going to happen. CJET is a great example. And if you'd asked me to bet on that one, I would have probably given that a 75% chance of getting through 50 and running. I don't know how much more, but just because of what it looked like on the daily chart. But look at it now, 38 cents. Anyway, so that's the beauty of the race. Now, you don't have to, number one, you don't have to wait for a race to be over for you to click on the symbol. If you see it at the top, I would click on it. If you see, you don't have to just look at the top one. You can look at Rhea. Rhea is at 4.7%. What is it doing? So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, you could look at this and say, okay, here's the VWAP around $5. What if it pops through? Maybe that acts as support. Now, this is not available. This is the big red, not available for short sale at Interactive Brokers. Okay, this tells me how many shares are available. Let's click on another one, AKAN. See, so they could try to locate some for you, but let's get a larger cap stock. Yeah, so you see CPRX has 2.29 million shares available to short. This is Interactive Brokers, okay? Your broker will have something like that. So again, you don't have to wait for a stock to be leading a race. If you see anything in here, click on it just to see what's happening. There's the DPRO. If you were in the room yesterday, DPRO was really active yesterday. What if it can take out that high? That's the high of yesterday. Maybe it gets ripping from there. Or if you're a pullback player, look what DPRO did. It got very close to that VWAP. So when you click on an alert, if you are a VWAP player, or maybe you've got a moving average on your chart that you like, okay? Dorf, you're talking about this one. It's called the biggest gainers from the start of the race. Okay, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. That's on my homepage. Okay, if that's what you're referring to. Talking to Dorf in our YouTube room. And the other thing is, if you see something that has won a race before, click on it, see what's happening with it. Especially ones that have won multiple races. But even if it's just won one race, maybe it's setting up. Again, here's Pally coming in. Maybe it's going to get into the VWAP, that purple line you see in my chart. Maybe that'll act as support. Oh, this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, so you have to have Interactive Brokers, Dorf. You're talking about this one. So I think it's SLB. If you type in SLB, I hope it's SLB. In the search, this is the box that'll pop up. Okay. Oh, okay. Then what's your question? If you know that, then what exactly is your question? Is there? Oh, I thought you just wanted to know how you could load that in Interactive Brokers. It's just Interactive Brokers. So when you hear me say something like, "Well, it's not shortable for me," I'm just referring to me, of course. Okay, great. Yeah, it's very handy. It's great when a stock is halted. It is SLB. Okay. Yeah, it's great when a stock is halted because you can see what. Actually, I'm wrong. I'm completely wrong. This is time. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Well, yeah. Well, it was my focus, but unfortunately, I didn't get it. So, but if other people got it, that's fine. That's good. We're talking about the PGY now. So, that's the concept of the race. So again, don't wait. You don't have to wait for a stock to be at the top here. If you see any stock in here, I would just click on it, see what is happening. It's to be in here. It's got to be moving a little bit anyway. Ooh, look at that. I mean, look at this Larimer. I mean, $4 next high. So, if you're watching this for the first time, the question has to be, well, why are these stocks showing up? Why are these stocks showing up here? Very, very different list of stocks. Why are these ones showing up? Very different. Oh, look at the Fly. Remember Fly yesterday? Remember Fly yesterday? That was not that I didn't take it, unfortunately, but it was an awesome short right from the open. And it had some, I think this is an IPO from a little while ago and had some kind of an explosion, unfortunately. Nobody was killed or anything, but I think it's drones. Yeah, drones. So why are these stocks showing up? So first of all, I'm going to right click on this race, open the top list. Notice there's an option. Well, you get a big pop up. One of the options, open the top list. So all races start from a top list window. Okay. And the top list window is completely controlled by you. What do I mean by that? I right click on it and click on configure and click on summary. So you can construct your own top list window with whatever you want, your set of parameters. What I'm looking for here, excuse me, stocks between $1 and $50. The volume has to be at least 200,000 shares and up 2% from yesterday's close. Not too many filters. And okay, so if a stock meets these filter requirements, we will see it in this list of stocks. And I've sorted it before we had races. The way a person would use a top list window would be asking it things like, okay, show me the stocks that are up the most today. As long as you had a column header, which I do, the change from the close, you can double left click and that'll sort the column. I have other columns, but I don't want to sort on them. But as an example, here's sorting on the change from the opening price of the day. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, so that's why these stocks are showing up. Okay, now is there any stock that is up more than 88%? Yes, but remember, I'm using my filters, so there could be stocks that are up more than 88%, but I'm using my filters, and that's what I'm seeing. So that's great. You see the stocks near the high here just by sorting, but the beauty of the race is the race doesn't care whether a stock is, way above yesterday's close. All it cares about is since the race started, what stock is moving the most. So we're 2 minutes into this 4 minute race, and UCFI is at the top right now. Okay, it's up 4.7%, ELBM 3.7, etc. Okay, so right now that's all it cares about. What stock in this list of stocks is moving the most? So it doesn't have to be a stock that's near the high of the day. In fact, look, I don't even know where UCFI is. It's somewhere down here. Okay. But that's the beauty of it because we get the question a lot. Well, I don't necessarily want to see stocks that have already made the big move. How about showing us stocks that could potentially be starting a move? Well, that's what the race can do for you. Now, I wouldn't dismiss a stock that's already made a big move. We've seen many stocks that, could be up 88%, and at the end of the day, they're up like 200%. So I'm not, I don't dismiss the fact that a stock has already made a big move, believe me. But if you're looking for stocks that maybe are just starting out, how would you know? How would you know that if DNA, it's up 4.8% right now? What if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, DNA was up 5%, 6%, 8, 10, 12, moving up this list of stocks? You'd never see it, but you would in the race. Okay, because again, the race does not discriminate. All it cares about is what is moving the most in this big list of stocks. So now I hope you're starting to understand that you can create your own top list window with your set of parameters, maybe your price range, maybe a different volume. Maybe you want to add some filters in here. Okay. You can create the race because watch what happens. Right click on it and launch the real time stock race. That'll be based on your set of parameters. Now, there's another thing you can do is you may have a list of stocks that you like to follow every day. Maybe you've got 20 or 30 stocks that, you just want to follow those stocks every single day. Well, you can create what we call a symbol list or a watch list, and you can attach it to this to the top list and then launch the race and it'll only look at those stocks as an example. Or maybe every evening you do some scanning, you do some work, and you say, okay, these are the ones I want to watch tomorrow. And you create, 20 or 30 stocks that you want to watch tomorrow. You don't want to make it just 5 stocks. I mean, the race would be ridiculous, right? But have a, if you have 20 or 30 stocks, you might want to follow and you can just run a race on those. So again, you can construct your own race with your own set of parameters. Okay, guys, there's DPRO now taking out yesterday's high or at yesterday's high. Now, the difference between this race, the biggest gainers from the start of the race, notice that you will see some big percentage moves here. I mean, 2% is not huge, but still a lot bigger than 0.67, right? You typically will not get big percentage moves in either of these two races. Why? So open the top list that it is based on, and you're not going to see a giant list of stocks. Doesn't mean these are the only stocks that are going to be in here all day. They can definitely change. Some could, the list may expand, it may contract, different stocks can come in. But if I look at what I've done in here, so now I've got a range of 10 to 70, 200,000 shares, the same, 2% from yesterday's close. This kind of restricts it a lot. I'm looking for stocks near the high of the day, 95% above the low of the range, okay, at least. So they're going to be near the high of the day. And also this restricts. I don't have any market cap minimum or float minimum here, but I do here, 500 million and 50 million. So consequently, I'm just not going to get a giant list of stocks, but I don't mind. Okay, because again, these stocks will change all day long. It's not like it's this is it for the list of stocks for the day. And then this one down here is just sort of the flip of this. With those same sort of filters in place, show me the stocks that are moving down the most, that are near the low of the day. So again, if you want either of these two, just let me know and I'll pop the link in. You know, I wanted to take that column short. It was watching it up here. Then it started doing my explanation of things, and I just kind of lost sight of it. Now it's underneath the VWAP. So, it's actually from our AI also. Our AI has a short of it at 93. Now it's interesting. I'm going to show you this. Okay, here's the Pally. There was an alert price at 111. Very tight stop. It got stopped out probably almost immediately. 956, was the alert. Got stopped out at 957. But look at the reentry. Again, I went over some of this yesterday. If you have our AI, guys, have this column here. Now the reentry is no highly scientific way of with the reentry. Is just halfway between the original alert price and the exit and the stop, which in this case, of course, is 109. 4 cents the difference here. So 2 cents below the original. And look what happened after. I did a video on that yesterday, not that particular stock, but so again, if you do not have the reentry price, and I've said it many times, I mean, there are a lot of people who use our AI and they don't even look at the original. They don't even care. They just wait to see if any stock during the day has a reentry price. That's all they look at. Now, some days you may not get any stocks because remember, it has to hit the stop at some point and they get halfway between the original alert price and the stop. So it doesn't happen all the time. Again, flash this on here again. Only one stock that's happened. It's actually happened. And you can think of it this way, you get the original alert price, and maybe it was just it stopped out. Maybe it was just a little early. All right, I will remember because that's what you've been doing. So when I leave, sometime between 2 and 2:30 or later, if you have questions for me, William will keep the main room open between 3:30 to 3:40 ish or 3:45 ish when I leave. Okay, guys, let's see. Now, what I like to see here are stocks that are just underneath the whole number and potentially shorting them. See what. So I'm not saying NWSA, I don't think it fits the bill, but now a lot of times though, especially depending on what the market is doing, these A lot of these stocks are moving down because of the overall market, could be. And if the market puts a pop in, you know, these could be nice bounce plays, all right? Unless they have specific news on their own. So let's take a look at NWSA. I don't see any news on it. Now, Fly, of course, had the big news yesterday, so that's why it's just continuing down. I think the quants are just weak, you know. Well, maybe not now. I mean, that now we've got the bounce. So this was negative at one point, QBTS, but got all the way down here, 2389, and it had a bounce. So I mean, these can be played. I see a lot of interesting bounce possibilities here. Not necessarily in Caesar. 2580 is the next level. So, you know, to me, there could be, you know, reasonable support in this area. Now, let's see what happens. Just give me a moment, guys. We've got an internal email that is rather interesting. Okay, sorry. I am interesting email that came in. So there's Mal. I mean, the AKAN obviously was kind of the one, guys. I mean, it did really nothing in the pre-market. I mean, it just flatlined. You can see right there. I don't know how much it was up in the pre-market. Not much. You know, I may resurrect an alert window that I used to use. I wouldn't say I use it a lot. Let me see if I can find it. I may. It's sort of interesting, since I found it interesting. Load from the cloud. So I think I called it. Oh, it's something to do with gap. Small gap. Yeah, small gap breakout shared. Well, shared because I was sharing it. Let me see what it looks like right now. So what the idea of it is that it's a stock that has that. Well, let's take a look at it, and it works on the way down or on the way up. Okay, let me take a look at this one. I don't have. I'll show you what it's looking for. So so it has to have current volume of at least two. So it has to be trading at least, you know, somewhat abnormally, 50 to 70 200,000 shares. Now, it's restricting the gap, so it's not going to be a big gap. Okay, only 1% above yesterday's close, or above or below. So it's not going to be like a stock that is gapped up, because most of these other ones have gapped up a lot already on the open. So that's on the open, and then the close. 3% from the previous. So these are stocks that could be starting up, but have not gapped up that much yet. Okay, so let's just take a look at what one would look like. I would think that the AKAN probably would have been there. Yeah, so you can see, this is an acquisition, but this is the Argentinian. Wow, Argentina. So Argentina is starting to really drift down now. Yeah, so you can see that it did not gap down a lot, but it might be just starting out. There's one that we seen in the past. Yeah, so it did not gap down a lot, but it might be starting out now. I'm going to keep an eye on this one. I haven't. I don't have. And that can kind of pick up maybe the one. Now the issue is, of course, it didn't mean that even though that had shown up, AKAN had shown up, didn't mean it was going to do this. Certainly getting a lot of ETFs in there. Guys, this was a nice trade for me yesterday. It was, I wouldn't call it, I call it yesterday, not trading 101, because it was very extended on the 15s, but MLTX, guys, MLTX. And why? Because look at, so there's the high right there, okay? 748. If it can take that out, and it got there yesterday, well, that's where it got to. That's where it stopped. So I'm going to put a price alert, I think just a little bit above it. Say 755, and see if it can take that out, because obviously look at the room it's got. Boy, it's challenging that low of yesterday now, Fly. Low yesterday was around 2742-ish. So I'm just looking at some of these ones that I'm getting from that scan. So far, what I'm seeing is that close to either highs or lows. Wow, Pally. Ooh, boy, that's a miss for me too. Yeah, so the Dow is so everything's basically flat. The SPY is down a little, Dow is down up a little, Qs are down a little. Everything is basically flat. All right, Mimi, what do you do? Did you go? Oh, you halted on the way down. Okay. All right. Well, this has got a little bit of room. Okay. SRAD, I'm going to put a price limit around the 2607 mark. I want to see if it gets close to 26, because if it does, then the next low looking left is around 2470. So, okay. Now, CART's got some room, guys. Hmm. Watching this SRAD right here. See if it takes out 26. Maybe the whole number holds it. I'm going to add one thing to this scan. All right, guys, just made an adjustment to that scan. Now I want to see what sort of alerts I get from it. Yeah, I mean XLV I'm sure. Well, I'm sure Pfizer and Moderna are a big part of it. XLV. You look at this, yeah. We haven't seen a couple of days like this in a row for, well, months. We had to back here September 11th. We did have a pop through, but that lasted, for it did close above, lasted one day. Look at a monthly chart for this. I mean, look. Remember the 200-day moving average is 138. We had the big decline. I'm sorry. We had the big decline from September of that big decline from a year ago. But yeah, drug stocks are definitely popping. Let's take a look at Moderna. Yeah. So that's coming into some resistance right there, probably. That is, well, resistance. That is the next high looking left for Moderna. And that is 2712. Now, PGY. Now, trying to give up that whole number of 31. Let me see. Well, obviously, the next low is way down here. Yesterday's low, 28. All right, guys, it is 10:39, and the day is Wednesday. So you know what that means. I'm going to just confirm it. I'm pretty sure. I just want to confirm it before I say anything. Pretty sure, unless I hear differently, it'll be Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas. We'll start a new YouTube stream at noon Eastern time, okay? And it'll go from 12 to 1. So if you've got any questions for him, that would be the time to ask. We call it beefs and bouquets. If you've got not necessarily a beef, but I mean, if you've just got questions, ask him. Your turn, your time. He does it usually every Wednesday between 12 and 1. So ask him questions. Don't sit there stewing about something. Here's your opportunity to ask a question. Okay, Fluence. Let's see, FLNC. This has been sort of in a decline, I think. Well, 2-day decline. Ha! You're right, William. Go figure. So if you'd seen the press release before about ARM losing losing in court against QCOM, you would have thought, okay, this can't go up 5.5%. Maybe they didn't lose as much. Oh well, of course they intend to appeal. I thought maybe there was was there a dollar amount? Because sometimes they're being sued for something, and whatever the dollar amount was, it wasn't as much as maybe the market expected, or they got it. Anyway, they're going to appeal it. Okay, so obviously AKAN is pulled back, guys. So wow, pulled back a lot. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, unfortunately. I was kind of watching this one to see start to give it up. So yeah, it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but another one, if you're a VWAP player, breaking down below the VWAP and then continuing down and following that trade wave down on the orange wave. Mimi. No, I got halted on the way down, but got halted on the way up, and now a little pop, and now halted on the way down, and not good. Hopefully, nobody's nailed on this thing because it's halted at 552. Potential open. Well, you see how it is fluctuating. Okay, guys, maybe keep an eye on LAC. Okay, it's had a big pullback after their, I guess the news now that it is a done deal. The U.S. government taking a 5% stake in the company. It might, but there's the VWAP. So I would put a price alert a little bit above the VWAP. See if it takes out the VWAP. Maybe turn blue. There's a little blue wave now, a little buy flag right there, but it's below the VWAP, so I wouldn't do it. APDN getting closer and closer to that financing of 440. It was announced yesterday, the financing 440. So it's above the close of yesterday, of course, but it's getting closer. In fact, I guess it almost got right to the financing price today. So I'm going to stick a price alert around 450. See if it clears that financing price, because of course, the day before, 2 days ago, it got up to $7, got knocked down because of the financing. ABT. So you're getting ABT 129.78. So it's got to get down a little bit more. Well, where's the 200-day moving average? 129.02. So yeah, so that would be, you wouldn't want to see it break that probably if you're going to swing it. Well, let's take a look at NUC and UKK. So there's that VWAP, and it got into it several times around the area. Looks like it's trying to hold it again, maybe act as support. Obviously, it's got a ton of room. And UKK 1115 next high looking left. Low float 3.5 million in the float. Not a ton of volume. I mean, it's 2.8 is not. Sorry, yeah, I'm just looking more at the relative volume, 1.4 times normal. So I mean, not that 2.8 is not enough volume, but it's not a ton of volume. If there were a lot more, this would be up more than 17%, obviously. All right, CART, guys, CART on the way down now, underneath the VWAP, 3760. So it's underneath the VWAP. I was looking at this as a potential pop up, but underneath the VWAP, making its way down. The low today was 3654. Not caring about the market. The market is still barely negative. Well, the SPY is barely negative. Dow's, I mean, the Qs are, I mean, really, the market's doing nothing. I mean, overall market is doing nothing in terms of moves one way or the other. Okay, you're talking about AGRZ. So here is the, I guess it's a new IPO, as you said. And yeah, I priced at 4. So yeah, not doing well. Very few shares. Probably without looking, I'm sure it must, well, I shouldn't say that. Let me just see if I'm going to assume it's non-USA. I'm going to assume that. But yeah, you can see that it's not above the IPO price at all. I mean, in fact, it's just got halted on the way down. And so, yeah, no enthusiasm for this one at all. Yeah, Bitcoin, what a day. I mean, it is ripping here, getting close to the all-time high again. Relatively close. I mean, there. So this is IBIT. Of course, this will track pretty closely Bitcoin's price. So we're only a dollar away from that. What is the all-time high for Bitcoin? Is that like 121 or 122? Anybody know off the top of their head? Oh, William. 124,000. Okay, thank you, Linda. Wasn't sure how much it was. So, but IBIT. I mean, look at that. What a great seriously, what a great 3 days for it. Well, in SKM, I mean, that's why, it is still in simulation mode. Nobody should pay for it unless it works for, especially for maybe your own, call it strategy, or if one of the ones that is canned that we're handing out and you're able to make it work, as you say, managing the exits. I mean, no, if you obviously if you can't make it profitable, you're never going to pay for it. Chapter two. Okay. All right, guys. PGY making another little leg down here. PGY. I mean, it's got all the room in the world, of course. Yesterday's low, following the wave down. Not in it, but if you, some of you, I think, were shorting this. All right, guys. 11 o'clock. So, uh, okay, Ritter halted again on the way up or down. Okay, halted on the way up. So, might have a pop here. I mean, it's weak, down 56%, but this might be a bottom fishing play, type of a bottom fishing play. There's the halt price 304. Now, I believe it's going to open at 350. You saw that just flashed here. So, what do you mean by chapter two, though, SKM? Are those series of videos or something? What do you mean by chapter two? Or are you just being kind of funny regarding the money machine? Yeah. So this is okay. You were being a little funny. Okay. Yeah, there's a spy or neutral right now. Spy is, as William said, red to green. Spy right now. We have it flat, just down a penny. Now, I did see some news this morning about OKLO, or just in general, the nukes. Not a big move, though. Not really a big move. But it said that yeah, OKLO, selected by the U.S. Department of Energy for advanced nuclear fuel line plot pilot projects. Not not a huge move though. All right, now I might take this one on a short. KYMR. I want to see. It's got room underneath. $53. Yeah, I got a lot of room underneath. Little extended, but it is just underneath that whole number. It's only down 1%, a little over 1%. Why does it seem like XBI? Well, they shouldn't. I have no idea. I mean, Funky Fred in our YouTube room, XBI, of course, is that is XBI, right? You're typing in there. That's a healthcare ETF, one of the big ones. No, BABA has got nothing to do with. Well, no, I really, unless they're branching out into all sorts of healthcare stuff too. But let's take a look. I don't recall. Why does that happen? I did not type in FOFO. Yeah, so I have no answer for that. I haven't noticed that, but I have no answer for that, Funky Fred. Well, KWEB for sure. I mean, well, KWEB is a China ITF, so or ETF, so it makes sense. I mean, that's a China ETF, so BABA, would be. I don't know if BABA is actually part of this. This is more of China Internet. There's another China that probably BABA follows more. I always forget what it is. It's more of a large cap. Somebody's going to know. I can't remember what it is. Well, it's a China. It's the China ETF, more for large caps. I always use KWEB, but just can't remember what it is. No, but I'm looking. There's another one, Jethro. There's another ETF, China ETF that kind of tracks the larger cap stocks. I just can't remember what it is. That's it. Thank you, William. FXI. That's what it is. FXI, China large cap ETF. So I would say that BABA would probably follow more this. Well, XBI is really nothing. I can't answer that, Funky Fred. XBI is. Just give me a moment. I mean, XBI is biotech. So unless BABA is getting into bios in a big way, I mean, it's possible, I suppose. But but there shouldn't be a correlation in theory, unless Baba is, like Amazon getting into health, drugs, and all that. I don't know. I can't answer that. Did they halt FOFO on the way down? I think at one point they may have. I don't see it on my list though. I don't see it on my list. FOFO. I don't see it there. Well, Argentina stocks are just getting ripped again, guys. I mean, this has been, there was the announcement of your government, I think, putting $20 billion into Argentina to help them. And yeah, there was that was that. I think that was the day of the announcement. A couple of nice days, but since then, just so let's take a. I mean, I shorted. I kind of got whipped out of my position on the GGAL yesterday. But my guess is that it's got to be going down. Yeah, but it even though it looked like closing near the low of the day, but in during the day it had some jumps and all, and kind of got me out. Well, Funky Fred, it probably is just an amazing coincidence because obviously what has healthcare got to do with China, like KWeb, China internet stocks? Must be just one of those crazy coincidences. All right, guys, there's another one just underneath this whole number with room to move on the left. That's a PTGX over $1 away. Really, I didn't see any news on Reddit, but probably, well, I didn't see any news because I didn't click on it. Yeah, wow. Trading lower. Now I see trading lower, suggesting OpenAI is looking to reduce Reddit citations. Okay. Nina, what link are you talking about? Which link are you talking about? Oh, you mean just my homepage link? Oh, okay. The homepage link, there it is. Okay. Now I know I actually asked you, I don't think you were in the room yesterday. I know a couple of days you asked about the Halts Resumes, and we showed you how to get it and how to get it onto your screen. And I was wondering if you had saved it and made it part of your layout. But I don't think you were in, you might not have been in the room yesterday. I was asking. Okay, LAC, LAC. Let's see, is this going to be a little surge? Okay, through the VWAP now, guys, or at the VWAP area. Okay, VWAP is 710, so it's right at the VWAP area. You know what? I think they may have made a change here to the VWAP because it looks like it's bang on now with my on my screen. When I say change, because it used to, I'm going to have to ask Chris. I don't know. He may not know. We used to not have the pre-market volume in the VWAP, which I think is not right. Because what if a stock's got a ton of volume in the VWAP? You should want to know about that. Anyway, I'm just noticing that the lines are about this virtually the same now. You know, it's not a low float either. Now I have to admit, I'm a little surprised. I mean, this is a Canadian company headquartered in my hometown. I know its production is in northern Nevada, but it is a Canadian company. Did the drop on Reddit come after 9:55? Okay, let me just answering Funky Fred in our YouTube room. So to look at a 15-minute chart, a bigger 15-minute chart, let's take a look at it to see what. So it looks like it started right here. That's like the drop started at 7 o'clock Eastern, like in the morning. Well, 7 o'clock before the market opened. Well, before the 9:30. You can see right there it started 7 o'clock. That's 7 o'clock. This is pre-market. You know, the sort of tan area. This is pre-market. So it started right there at 7 o'clock, and before it bounced at all, that was about an hour and 15 straight down before it bounced. Now, once after 9:30, so there's your 9:30 candle. So after that, 9:45, it's been basically down. Okay. Yeah, it would have had to come out at probably your news came out at around 7 o'clock. Yeah, make sure you've got pre and post market, or at least the pre market. If you don't care about the post market, Fred, Funky Fred. So right click on the chart, and when you go to when you go to properties, okay, right click on the chart, go to properties, and make sure you may not care about the post market, but if you do, but make sure show pre market and show post market are checked. Okay, then you'll get, because we start getting our data at 4 o'clock Eastern time in the morning. Okay, that's when we start getting our data. So it depends on your time zone, of course. But 4 o'clock, well, 4 o'clock Eastern time is still pretty early for even the East Coast people. Yep, all those mining stocks. I know I've gone over my story about Bre-X back in the late '90s. Bre-X was not a VSE stock, but it dragged a whole bunch of other ones up and then collapsed. Okay, guys, I'm just looking at a few of the ARA. Oh, another nice one. I saw it, but didn't act on it. VTYX, nice one from our AI now, guys. Alert was at 347. And so we are now at 375, which is about an 8% move. So I wonder if CJET will have a run at the end of the day. I mean, it's 35 cents now. I kept waiting for a big 50-cent break. Didn't happen. Has some news. It has, of course, a ton of room, but disappointment. I was really itching to take this one right up in the, you can see right up in this area, just because of, I mean, look left. Look at all the room it's got. Maybe tomorrow. That's why I'll keep this price alert right there. All right, MNMD, Mind Medicine is now just over that whole number of 12, and it's taken out that high of 2 days ago, 1214. It's not crazy low, 79 million in the float. Coming in, to see that red line though, that means there's a daily high somewhere. Let's take a look at a monthly chart anyway. So that would have been this month, some daily high in this month. Looks like it's right there. But it is starting to move, guys. Mind Medicine starting to move. How's the cannabis? How are the cannabis plays doing? MSOS. So yeah, the hoopla 2 days ago, the big drop yesterday, and is sort of now trying to find its way again. I mean, keep an eye on the LAC, guys. LAC. I mean, it's just hanging around over the VWAP right now, hanging around over the VWAP. And let's see if it really holds it. And then it starts to move. Of course, it has room. Got up to 755 this morning. I think even more in the pre-market. Got up to almost $8 in the pre-market. Yeah, still hanging around that VWAP, guys. LAC, hanging around. Boy, this one I was trying to get this one a little earlier on a short KYMR. I couldn't get it where I wanted to. It looks like it. I mean, it's got the room obviously underneath 53. Give me a moment, guys. Okay. So US, wow, sorry guys, I'm just getting an alert in my Interactive Brokers account, which I don't normally get. Anyway, US UCFI was halted. Or at least the warrant was halted. No, they're both halted. Oh, pending additional information. Man, I got lucky then. I took this one, guys. Made a little bit right on this. Where are my entries? Yeah, right in this area here. I did. I just carved out a little bit on this one, but now I see it's halted, and now it's news halt, which is not good usually. Not when the stock is moving down anyway. Man, PGY just keeps inching its way down. Tomorrow, what do I mean by that? Tomorrow, well, I did okay on the one yesterday, the short yesterday, but I didn't hold on to it. But tomorrow, I'll be searching for one of those ones that just has a big, more expensive one that has the big parabolic move, and yeah, just try to hold on to a short of it. Is it luck, Poe? Is it luck? Ah, thank you, Dwayne. Yeah, today I actually should check on because it was the first week of October, to be honest. So I'd have to check a calendar, whatever the Monday was, whatever the first Monday in October of 2015 was. So, so whatever that was, that will be my official 10-year anniversary. Doing this exactly the way I'm doing it in terms of sharing my screen and live on the mic. Oh, I was long, JTB. I was long. I wish I were short. It was just a very quick trade. I think it came out of a halt or something. All right, guys. Wow, 11:31 already. Been a pretty quick morning for me. October 5th. All right. Thank you, Dwayne. Going back to the 2015 October calendar. So that'll be my official 10-day anniversary doing this, October 5th. So that'll be next week, I guess. Yeah. Well, October 5th is a Sunday, so I'll celebrate internally on Monday. Okay, guys, Chow. Who's in Chow still? I think somebody was in Chow earlier. William. Most people aren't even going to understand that, you know. You know that, right? I don't think they teach that anymore. Or well, let's take a look at Chow. Another issue. You know what? It was the same issue yesterday. It had a terrible spread for a bit. 750, 775 is not good, of course. Chow now, brown cow. Wow. What was the, typing one they used to do? I can't remember. Lazy fox jumped over the brown fence or some crazy thing like that. That was a typing, with all the vowels, with all the, letters of the alphabet in it, or the quick something jumped over the fence. I can't remember. Something like that was a typing exercise, I think, that people used to do. The brown fox jumps over the lazy dog? I don't think so. I thought wasn't there a fence in there? Has to have every letter of the alphabet. The quick brown fox. We're getting way off topic here, guys. There we go. Yeah, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog. There you go. But I thought, yeah, I guess fence wasn't in there. Visa halted. What's the news on it? Okay. Well, it's just a volatility halt. Okay, Nihan. It's a volatility halt. There's no news on it. It's just a volatility halt. Stock moved up too quickly I mean, to be very, it's not the exact definition, but you can see it says volatility halt. Stock moves up too quickly in a short period of time. Or quickly in a short period of time. So it gets halted because of volatility. They're usually a 5-minute halt. Okay. So it's not news. It's just what's called a volatility halt. So the same thing, okay? Here's SGBX, halted because of volatility. Probably you're going to see yeah, moving on the way down, halt. So that's all it is. It's not news as such. It's just a program kicks in and halts these things. Usually pauses them for 5 minutes. Guys, I mean, the LAC is still hanging around, okay? That VWAP, LAC, still hanging around the VWAP. Oh, you know what? Our friend from yesterday is making a little bit of a move again. Ben F, guys, BENF, making a little bit of a move again, coming up, crawling off the bottom here, 16.70 cents. I know a lot of you played that one. It's almost back to the close at 95 cents. I mean, this was a big one for a lot of you yesterday, not me. Man, it's so tempting right now, LAC. Very tempting right now. So hanging at the VWAP area. Now, granted, it did get down below the VWAP, you know, quite a bit below it actually, but it is trying to pop through it. And I'm only interested because, of course, the news. For sure. Are you talking to me? No, no, I'm looking to go long. It's just hanging over the VWAP. It's not, well, there are shorts. I shouldn't say that. There are shorts available. No, I'm interested in a potential long and maybe taking out the high of the day and running. Big float though, 240 million. It is a big float, but plenty of volume. Had the news today though, sort of the solidification of the news that hit a few days ago. I mean, it may not do it. I mean, it may not run, but it looks like it is, trying to hold the VWAP at least. The VWAP number is 710. I had been premium monthly. I had been premium monthly canceled due to a travel schedule. You're looking at basic. Why is there an AV? Why is there an anchored VWAP at? What do you mean? Why is there? I don't know what you mean by that. Why is there? There is. I mean, you can add. It's just an add-on. I mean, I don't use it, but I mean, I guess there are some people out there. Some of our customers use it, but it's an add-on. So what? When you say why is there one? Not sure how to answer that. I mean, some people like the concept of an anchored VWAP, so they add it. Is that what you mean? Maybe I'm misunderstanding your question, Linda. Well, you can manually you have the little anchor right there, so you can do manually still. Okay, but the anchored VWAP is more of an automatic drawing of it. Okay, instead of having to go up here and do the anchoring yourself. Well, JTB, I don't know how to answer that. I mean, we get that question quite a bit. I mean, the VWAP that we've got is the daily VWAP. Okay, this is a daily VWAP. So if it's different from whatever TOS has, I couldn't tell you why. So for instance, the VWAP for LAC, we've got it at 710. There's my line on the chart, basically the same. So why it's different, and it doesn't matter the time frame. I mean, it shouldn't. I mean, it's the daily VWAP. It's hard to see the line on the 15-minute chart, but it's right around there, which is the same as right there. So couldn't tell you then. Couldn't tell you why on different time frames on TOS. I've just always been taught the VWAP is the VWAP. Okay, it doesn't matter the time frame because it's the volume weighted average price for the day. Well, it's interesting, Shady, because I mean, I don't know how to answer that. I think we include that could be it because we do include. I know on the line that I have on my chart includes the pre-market for sure. Okay, we used to not include it though because this VWAP number down there in my single stock window used to be different. Not horribly different usually, but it used to be different. But it might be call it horribly different if a stock had a ton of pre-market volume. So It might be it might be then that, if you're not if TOS is not including pre-market volume, that could be a reason. And we start getting our data, Shell Shady could be right there again, because we start getting our data at 4 in the morning Eastern time, so I suppose it would depend on when TOS starts getting their data. I would think they must get it at 4 PM. Yeah, that is you're talking about lack? Okay, well, it I mean, if you're talking about I mean, I don't know we should quibble over a couple of pennies, though. I mean, I don't know, I thought it was like radically different, but our 710, 707, it's not like it's radically different. But check to see whether or not it is looking at pre-market volume also. And also, what time does your pre-market start? What time does TOS start? You could probably use Chat GPT. What time does TOS start getting market data? And then also ask the question, does VWAP include pre-market volume? Or do you have Well, yeah, I mean, I think it's close enough. It's close enough because LAC had a lot of pre-market volume, so I think it's close enough. If you were going to tell me that TOS has got it at like $6 or $7, and we're at 7.15, okay, but I don't think the difference of a couple of pennies is. It might be just a calculation of some sort. I mean, I know what you're saying. You probably why isn't it exactly the same penny or to the penny? I don't know, but it's in the ballpark. Well, that could be it then. If TOS doesn't start getting data until 7 AM, that could be it, because we get our data at 4 AM. So if we're including pre-market volume, like I believe I know the line was on the chart, definitely has. So that could be the difference too. The difference between the volume that came in between 4 AM and 7 AM Eastern time. But if you were to tell me that you've got one that is radically different, okay, we could take a look at that. Remember, when I talk about the VWAP anyway, I'm always talking about an area, so I say VWAP area. So, Obi, you're saying, oh, I see. I think somebody sort of said the same thing. So the data, you get data starting at 4 AM, but you can't trade until 7. So why would they give you? Okay, I mean, I guess to build up the VWAP. I don't know. So it's interesting though. Data starts at 4 AM, but they don't let you trade until 7. Well, of course, 10 cents could, if it's a $1 stock, you wouldn't want to see a 10 cents. But I mean, if it's, again, if you could show me one that is really different, because I used to see them really different. But I think now our VWAP now is, you see right here. Here's an example. Okay, it says now it may not have updated. Let me look at Bed Bath and Beyond. What are you doing? Yeah, I mean, yeah, this line here. My VWAP line is virtually the same as here. It didn't used to be. Didn't used to be. And that was because the data here was not taking into account the pre-market volume. But I can see right now, Microsoft was one that somebody pointed out a while ago. So there it is, 513.92, and you know, I mean, I'm trying to eyeball it, 513.89. So there you go. Of course, the VWAP is going to change all day, right? I mean, it all depends on the volume coming in at a price. You get a whole ton of volume coming in at a lower price or higher price. All right, this is an IPO, guys. 18 million, between 18 to 20. Some big guys behind it. And so at least it's above. So it was priced at $20. Okay. This is NP. So at least it is above. Now don't look at this. This is probably, yeah. So these guys decided they like this symbol. So they took it. They stopped trading as NP back here. I know it looks a little misleading, but it stopped trading as NP back here in 2022. So so the symbol became available. So these guys liked the symbol, Neptune Insurance. And so at least it's above the IPO price of 20. Open at 22.50 and it IPO'd at 20. So let's see if it can hold. Whoa. Look at AKN now, AKAN now, guys. Easy come, easy go. I mean, look at these pops and then wow, basically cut by about 2/3. All right, guys, 11:51. So give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Now it's 11:54. So this is what I'm going to do. So I'm going to be taking a break pretty soon. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put the YouTube. No, I can't put the YouTube link in. What I need is I need the link for Dan. He'll be starting a YouTube stream. He doesn't take over my stream at noon, so he'll start his own stream. And I'll put that link. Oh, okay. Pepe's done it already for me, so I'll copy that link. So, guys, those of you who are in YouTube, okay, you have to go to it. There'll be another stream started by the CEO of Trade Ideas, Dan Merkin. Okay, you can listen to him. Ask all the questions you want. So, Pepe, thank you for putting that link in. Now, what I'll do is I will put my announcement up here. I don't have to wait for Dan to show up in the YouTube stream, so I can take off virtually any time. Well, anytime before noon if I wanted to. Boy, look at Pally. It's coming right back again, guys. I mean, right back again. A high, right? No, not sorry, it's not the high of the day. 158 is the high, but look at the blue wave now. Blue wave now. All right, guys. I am going to I'll give me another minute or so. If any quick question before I leave, I'll hang around. Otherwise, I'm going to take off just for an hour, probably less. All right, guys. Well, I'm not going to be leaving my desk really, but LAC is I ended up taking it. Okay. I'm not going to leave my desk probably. I ended up taking the LAC. And here is okay, fairly big guys. Okay. So FRME, let's see if this is a popular one. FRME, it open, it was priced at $25 a share. So, mildly positive right now. So another one that shows up. And I say fairly big guys. So it wasn't like the Morgan Stanleys, the JP Morgans, or the Goldman Sachs, but fairly big guys. So again, this is priced at 25, so it's over. I'm sorry. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. It was priced at 21. So this is okay. This is very popular right now. Sorry, very popular right now. Then it was priced at 21. Okay, guys, I'm going to take off now. I'm going to try to manage my LAC trade and see if I can maybe figure out a way to get into this one. So I'm going to see you guys in about an hour. So I'm muting myself now, muting myself in the YouTube room. Okay. Again, remember, muted myself in the YouTube room. So, guys, so those of you on YouTube, I put the link in to go to another YouTube stream, okay? And that is where our CEO, Dan Merkin, will be. And he's probably there. If he's not there now, he'll be there at noon, and he'll go to noon Eastern time till 1 o'clock. Okay, guys, we'll see you in about an hour. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, so the LAC trade turned out to be not bad. I mean, actually, very good percentage wise. LAC, that was on that 2 minute chart. So right about here on that 715, that remember we kept talking about would it hold the VWAP, and it finally did. So 715 all the way up to almost 50, and then that was it. But could happen later on in the day again. Dwayne, I forgot to ask you to take notes if you were listening to Dan, but that's okay. Probably on for another minute or so. That's okay. I'll give you a break this week. Wow. I did my video on Pally, guys. Wow. And again, just emphasizing the reentry price more than anything. Look at this, only one. If all you did was just wait for reentry prices. I'm not saying they're all going to be this good, but it's and you remember now you can put a sound alert. So when you do get a reentry price, you'll get a sound alert, just as if it was a normal alert price. And there's only one today. Some days you may not get any. Okay, Edric. So uh, first of all, you should have this is the window you should have up. Okay, is that the window that you have for the AI? This window right here, the strategy trades all. Edric. Oh, okay. Well, okay. Well, how are you monitoring? Okay, if you let me make sure we do it. We'll do it here. If you click on new from the toolbar, and then hopefully you can see what I'm pointing at. There are three that start off with premium AI strategy. You pick the middle one that says you pick the middle one that says premium AI strategy trades window. Okay, you see what I'm pointing at? Okay, so you load that one. So that it'll look something like this then. Okay. So do you have this on your screen now? Something that looks like oh well you don't have AI. Oh, okay. Well that's the reason. It's a part of our premium service. Okay. That's the reason. You got to be a premium subscriber to have are the AI. All right, guys. 103. Guys, I'm just putting myself on mute for a bit, okay? So I'm on mute right now. All right, guys, I'm back. So let's see now. I want to see if there's anything that really, I love the LAC. I liked watching it for a while. Finally, it gave us something to trade. Just looking for anything else that might be of interest. I see that that UCFI is still halted. Man. All right, guys. So I see the fair me. I did not take that. I almost got it right here around the 20, just over 26. Would have been not bad. It was a bit of a dollar move, but I found the spread just a little bit tough, and so I decided to back off it, the FRMI. However, however, I will put a price alert at 27 just to see if it takes it out later on in the day. No, it doesn't look great now. Now, it'd be interesting. I want to see if Interactive Brokers have shorts for this tomorrow. Because these more expensive, not that this is super expensive, but I just seen that the more expensive IPOs just have not been doing well at all. Now, Lisa's had a bit of a jump over the IPO price today, but you see how it's starting to fade. I'm going to watch this one tomorrow to see whether or not Interactive Brokers has shorts available for it. They've been pretty good recently for these higher price ones, having shorts available the next day. Would I re-enter at? Well, remember now, the lack was big. Why does it do this? Excuse me, I know I'm talking to myself. I typed in lack. I didn't type in VVPR. So the VWAP has moved a little bit. It's at 714 now. It was at 1710 before. So it depends. I mean, it's in sell off mode right now with that orange. Okay, so you would probably have to get into the 720s before I would even look at it. But right now, this orange is telling me, we're in a downtrend. We've been in a downtrend for a while. Just high of the day, Idric. Sometimes these ones. not saying it's gonna happen, but sometimes these IPOs, if later on in the day they break out over the high of the day, they can go on a bit of a run, that's all. I'm not saying when it so I just wanna know if it happens. Okay, guys, 110. So I'm gonna go over my homepage one last time today. I'm assuming Dan is done now. Okay, the promo codes, listen carefully. So you can get 30% off a premium annual, 22% off the first month of a premium monthly, 15% off the other two types of subscriptions, which are a standard monthly or a standard premium. Again, the standard monthly, 15% off the first month only, 22% off the premium monthly, first month only. Okay. So if you're committed, you think you know the program well enough and you're committing to take out a premium annual, then you can get 30% off that. For those of you who are still in our YouTube room, if you want to come into the main room, this is it. Here's the trading room. There are two trading rooms, YouTube and what I call the main room. Nothing wrong with staying in YouTube if you want to, but if you want to come into a more active room, this is the room to be in. So all you have to do is just save my homepage link, and then every day you click on this. Same thing with those of you who want to come into the room every day. I guess you just save my homepage link and then click on this, and that'll get you into the main room. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Signing up for the trade of the week, if you do sign up and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Next, if you've clicked on my homepage link and if you've taken out a subscription, click on my homepage link and the education section. First thing you must do. Oh, yeah, okay. The user guide. Take a look at the user guide, because if you want a lot more information about race, not these specific races, but just the concept of racing, how you can set up your own race. Here it is right here, TI Stock Racing. Okay. And if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down. So you scroll down, you'll be at the top here. Just scroll down and here they are. So here are the scans I'm sharing. Have any questions about them? This is the one you can see. Okay, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. Halts resumes is down here. Pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. And the single stock window is here. But as you can see, I do have other scans that I'm sharing. I just don't have them up and running. Now, I'm not on my homepage. I do not have these two, but if you want them, the large cap gainers or the large cap losers, I can give you a link for. I can give you the link for them if you want. But I have some other scans. I don't have them up and running though. The Momentum Gap Scan and the Pepe Combo Scan. I do not have them up and running. Doesn't mean they're bad. Just means I've just tried to limit. That is correct. You have to contact our. If you're already in a monthly standard, say Edric, or a monthly premium, and you want to go to an annual premium, yeah, you can get the 30% off. Yes. You would just have to contact. I give you. I mean, if you're serious about it, then just info at trade-ideas.com. Okay, I've just typed in and just tell them, give them your email address, the one you used to sign up for Trade Ideas, so they can look at your account and make the adjustment if that's what you want to do. Okay. Joe Schmo. Okay, I'm talking to Joe Schmo in our YouTube room. I'll take your word for it. We're 60 cents away from a all-time high on on NQ. I'll take your word for it. Okay, now, but you're looking at a swing trade, right, Baba? You're not looking at yeah. So as you know, I'm the wrong person to ask on a swing trade. I mean, this is all I would look at. I would say, okay, if I'm gonna take this as a swing trade somewhere, there's my stop, 202. There's my stop. I don't want to see it go down below there. After that, but swinging it right now, I mean, the volume isn't great. The relative volume is not great. Now it's skewed because of the huge volume of 4 days, 3 days ago, but still, I mean, the overall volume isn't great. Not that you need great volume if you're swinging something, but so if you're going to put your stop at 202, you're going to take like where would you take it? Wait for the end of the day to see how it trades, how it ends up. And remember, for all the reasons it did this, they're still there. I mean, yes, it had a fabulous day that day. You got up to 445, but look where it closed and then down and then down. You're right. Maybe it's found a bottom, maybe. But I would not want to I would want to put a stop, maybe under 2, like 198 or something. But I would probably wait for the end of the day if you're really bound and determined to do it. Somebody else had that problem, Nina. I don't know why. I don't know why. You're talking about when you were in listening to Dan? You're not talking about the YouTube room now, like the one I'm moderating right now. People are texting, so I can see that. Are you talking about in when if you were listening to Dan? Because there was somebody else that had, I think, Prama or somebody had that problem a couple of weeks ago. Said he couldn't text for some reason. So Nina, are you talking about when were you listening to Dan? Oh, even mine, really? Well, I don't know why. I mean, people are texting. I don't know. I have no answer to that. Might as well stay here though. This is a better room. But I have no answer for that. I have no idea why you would not be able to text. People are definitely texting. So there's no I don't know, Pepe, is there I don't think there's any I'm not certainly not doing it from my end. And I don't think you have to activate texting. I don't think anybody who's texted in the room has had to go to some kind of an option to say activate testing or texting. Yeah. So I mean, will it reach 607 today? No, I mean obviously I have no idea, but let's take a look at VVPR. And I don't know what the news is. VV Power closes additional $19 million. So, okay, so the financing was done at 605. Is that why you're asking? Well, typically when I would say the majority of time, I'm not saying 100%, 90%, I don't even know what the percentage is anymore. But typically when a company does a financing, it's usually below the usually the stock goes down below the financing price. Existing shareholders, they're not happy. I'm assuming shares had to be raised, but at any rate, it's underneath the financing price. So will it reach 607 today? I mean, anything is possible, but I will doubt it. Anything is possible. It has to jump another dollar. It's also got to get through. There's a high right there of 515. There's a high right there of 523. There's a high right there of five. I mean, there are a bunch of little hurdles on the daily chart. Okay. So you see what I'm saying, Beach? I mean, there are little hurdles all the way up. You have to be signed in to chat in YouTube. Okay. That makes sense. So maybe that was the reason why it was Premod. It was somebody who had problems texting. So for people who just want to hear and not, they don't care about texting, then they don't have to sign in. They can just show up and that's it. Okay. So there you go, Nina and Shady and Pepe are saying there's a sign up procedure if you want to actually text. Don't ask me what that is, Nina. Obviously I can text in there because I'm administrator or whatever my designation is, but or you could just stay here. Oh my guys. So this is kind of interesting. I mean, it's hanging over the whole number. Okay, Olma, OLMA, hanging over the whole number. It's won a couple of races in the large cappers. Take a look at it on a weekly chart. Where could it go? Can't see anything on the weekly, so let's go to the monthly. So the next high on a monthly is right here around 1353. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, and that was back in November of last year. So almost a year ago. Almost a year ago, approaching the highs of almost a year ago. One moment, please. Nuisance call. What was that? What did you say you do when you get a unsolicited something on the phone? You play some kind of a message to them. That's what I should have done. Except you shouldn't let them know you're a person, as I've been told. So don't answer. Okay, another one just over the whole number, guys, is Victoria's Secret. Ew, look at the room it's got also. 36.28. Lots of room on a monthly chart for Victoria's Secret. Let me get back to a weekly chart. Might be something closer. Nope. Other one, sort of like the Olma, a little bit like the Olma, just gently, gently moving higher. I'm afraid to play it, Rich. Seeing how it's coming from you, the eternal jokester. Okay, guys, LAC is making a little bit of a move again. LAC is making a little bit of a move again. I'm always a little wary of a second big move, though, I have to admit. I had the nice big move, the pullback, a little wary about a second big move, but you never know. It's got the news, of course, to help sustain it. Whoa! I wonder if they're doing a financing. Look at CJET now, guys. If I just happen to have it thumbnailed. Look at the drop now in CJET. Yep, $15 million financing direct. Yeah, they're doing a financing at 15 cents a share. Scumbags. I'll call them. Wow. Yeah. Not scumbags for raising money, but for doing it within some people may have been just holding on here thinking, okay, it's resting. Maybe it'll have another little attempt to get to the 150s. And you don't have a chance to get out because it's just even if you have a stop in place, it depends how many shares you had and depends how fast you may not have been able and how many other people had a stop in sort of the same area. You may not have got out. So look at that, or at least not got out of your position, your entire position. Whoa, funny. This is the first time I've looked at any stock under a dollar in seemingly years, and it turns out about the worst one. I didn't take it. Remember, I wanted to see it get over 50 cents. There you go. You want to know why, Baba? That's why. No, I know that this is it is just because you have to take so many shares. I don't feel comfortable taking so many shares of these type of stocks because if you're not going to take a lot of shares, if you're looking for 10 or 15 cents, you're not going to make very much unless you take a lot of shares. So it's just a personal thing. And I just don't feel comfortable, going in with 10,000 shares of these little stocks. I mean, some of them have made fantastic moves. I'll bet you did, Grumpy. Wow, Angel Studios. There are a lot. Okay, Provo, Utah. Okay, that makes a little more sense. Amplify the light to mainstream audiences. A value-based distributions company for stories that amplify the light to mainstream audiences. Okay, well, there's a market for everything, I suppose, but it looks like they had an IPO a few weeks ago, above the high of last week now, and that is ANGX. All right, so it was a SPAC merger. Okay, thanks. Obi. Okay, guys, 1:32. So again, unless I get some questions after 2 o'clock, I'm out of here. We'll watch some baseball. All right, guys. Let's see. Just looking at anything that might be of interest. I mean, I know the Olma. Let's see. Did the Olma keep going? Yeah, a little bit. 11:04, 11:08. Think, didn't I say this had room to 13 or something? Yeah, 1350. Not saying it's getting there, but all right, it's got the room. It does have room. It's kind of inching its way up. Good volume, three times normal. 1.3 million shares are traded, three times normal up to this time of day, 1:33 Eastern time. Philip Morris, PM, has they have earnings sometime this month, October 21st, it looks like. Or the Blue Jays, Rich, the Blue Jays. All right, ACMR. Let's see what happened with ACMR. Other one. A lot of stocks looking like this, just gently inching their way up. Little blue wave, just Wow, a lot of stocks. The stocks I'm clicking on. Yeah, I mean, the markets, I mean, the Qs are up a little, Dow's up a little, the SPYs are up a little. Wow, Lilly up 100 points in 2 days? Really? Well, that's probably the reason why. I know Lilly's an expensive stock, but still. Yeah, because that's the reason, one of the reasons why XLV is. Yeah, I mean, look at XLV. I mean, now finally, it looks like maybe it's gonna leave that 200-day moving average behind. So the only one underneath, I think, is still, Staples, XLP. Yeah, Moderna and Pfizer have been on a nice run. I mean, they look just like XLV. How about AZN? I'm sure they're all up. Yeah, wow. Look at this pop. AstraZeneca. Yeah, there's, biotech. There's a big ETF for the biotech stocks. All right, another one over the whole number. Noah. Let's see what's happening with Noah. But Noah doesn't have room. Okay, look left, doesn't have the same amount of room as the other ones that we looked at. Oma is just stuck. Yeah, Oma is just stuck. All right, guys, I got about 20 minutes left. So if you have any questions, good time to ask. I think I saw this one earlier, Ampex, and look what it did. It went from 1079 to 1172, fairly orderly fashion. Owl, blue owl. Not so much a strategy, a specific strategy 152, but I can just go over. I don't know if you were in the room just before lunchtime. We're talking about LAC, and let's see if I have to bring up a bigger 2-minute chart. Okay, this is as an example. This is what I was talking about. So this is what I was watching on LAC as an example. Okay, the LAC. So LAC had some big news in the pre-market. You can see a big spike up to almost $8 in the pre-market. Big news. Your government, if you are in the States, taking a 5% stake in LAC. So if you look at a 15-minute chart, you can see what happened though. It dropped, but then right here, I like stocks that are just maybe over a whole number. Okay. And so we were watching this one right around the VWAP. I mean, that was this 2-minute chart. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, almost 20 minutes, which is eternal, I guess, if you're intraday trading. It was 20 minutes hanging around the VWAP. And I kept saying, let's see if the VWAP holds it, access support. And just as I was taking my break, it took that little move, and that's when I took it as an example. Okay. And then I just wrote it. And then that first little bar down, took most of it off, and then all of it off down here. So that's an example. But how did we see LAC? I can't remember. I don't know if it was in even any other races. It's just that this was one that we all saw in the pre-market. So I had thumbnailed that stock on my other monitor, knew all about it. So there's an example. I do like to see, if I went a short, I do like to see stocks just under a whole number. If I'm going to go long, just over a whole number. This is personal preference. It's not scientific or anything. And then I use the wave to help keep me in a trade. Oh, John, it's almost impossible to know. I mean, maybe there were, another million shares. Was this sort of an auto stop or something at 50 cents? Are you talking about BN, not BNet, but CJET? I mean, it's impossible to know, John. I mean, without seeing the actual, who's your broker, you'd have to almost ask them, why did it flash through 50 cents like in a heartbeat? Yeah. I mean, it's impossible for me to answer that. I mean, did it flash through 50 cents in a heartbeat? Just because you want to get out at 50 cents doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen. Yeah. So and you were in at the, I'm assuming you were long. So you went in at the ask. So it's hard to know. I mean, without seeing what your broker is, how it handled it. But if it sat there at 50 cents on the ask for a while, and you didn't get taken out, there something else must be going on. What was the spread? So you were the only 200 shares, or you could actually see them? Yeah, again, it's impossible to know what was the spread. Not that it should not that it should matter in that case because you're going in at the ask. Yeah, no way of knowing, John. Absolutely no way of knowing 100% why that would happen. Does it happen often, or is this just this one time? Or well, if it happens a lot, then you should be contacting them and finding out, well, why is this happening? If it happens a lot, then I'd either change brokers or just find out why this is happening. Because I'm using Interactive Brokers. I cannot, you'll hear me say I didn't get a fill sometimes, but usually it's never, I'm not able to sell. I don't get a fill sometimes because the stock might move fast and I'm trying to sort of go in between the bid and ask. I'm not going in right at the bid, but, or the ask if I'm going long. But in terms of getting out of a trade, I rarely, rarely, rarely have an issue. So I would have to contact, if I were you. I mean, William, you have Fidelity. Do you see that happen to you a lot? And is it cheap stocks? Not that it should matter, but cheaper stocks though. And they're not fast moving. They're cheap stocks that are not fast moving. Yeah. Again, though, it's hard to know why. Chris at Trinity is what happens because people will ask the same sort of thing about Brokerage Plus, connected to say their IB account or E-Trade, and he gets them to send their login, and he usually identifies the issue right away, but he can't do that with you. Well, that's what I was sort of driving at, Shady. Yeah, I mean, how many people were ahead of you trying to get out at that price? 50 cents is, like 50 cents is one of those prices that a lot of people will say, "Well, I'm going to get out if it hits 50 cents." And so you're saying no one was in the queue. Well, then hard to know. I would contact Fidelity. So when you finally got out, you took a loss. Is that, or you didn't make as much, or so? Are you basing this on like some kind of a that you could see? I don't use level two, but I can kind of see where the bid ask is stacking up, the number of shares, etc. And you're saying you were the only one at 200, the only one. What was the stock? Just out of curiosity. What stock was it? Just out of curiosity. Just want to see what IB says on that. Was it a pink sheet stock, OTC, or was it like a Nasdaq stock? Yeah, I just don't believe it. Well, I just don't believe that these numbers are the way they used to be. I just don't believe it. All I care about is how fast the stock is trading. These bids and bid and ask can get yanked just like that, in my opinion. Okay, others say, "Hey, I use level two all the time, and it works great for me." So Argo, oh yeah, Argo blockchain. Okay, so you were saying that when you got in, you would see something like and then times 200 at the price, and so that's why you thought, okay, that must be my 200 as an example. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Unless, I mean, I don't know enough about the mechanics of this. Unless, you just weren't at it yet. I don't know. I don't know. You mean this day and age, you would think that you would get at it immediately, but I don't know. So Shady, when you see something like this, you see, a 3066, okay, 100 by 500, and if you were trying to offload 500, you know it's not necessarily you. So I just don't. I don't get too into the market mechanics of stuff like this, but if it's happening all the or more like a lot, you got to contact Fidelity and ask them what's going on. And but Shady is saying even if maybe you see this, just say you had 1,600 shares, maybe it doesn't mean that's you 100%. Yeah, don't know, John. Sorry. I would definitely, but if it's happening a lot, you would probably want to contact them. Okay, you're talking NP. So okay, you're saying NP is a good one. You're right. It is a good one. So yeah, I mean it's what 20% over the IPO price. Okay, a little bit more than that, but that's a good approximation. IPO to 20. Yeah, it's still halted. It's a news halt. UCFI is a news halt, not a volatility halt. So obviously, I can't believe I traded that earlier. Ah, okay. There's Fermi. It's a new high now, guys. Ah, I didn't get it where I wanted, so I'm not going to chase it now. But it's a new high now, obviously. I mean, it's first day of trading, so this is the it's high. Didn't get it where I wanted it. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys. I just so yeah. So NP. Okay, I'll take it back. NP is actually a pretty good IPO. Okay, I'll take it back. But I'm still wondering. I want to see if there's any follow through tomorrow, and see if IB has any shorts tomorrow. FRMI. Okay, again, I'll take it back. Oops. FRMI. Pretty good. Well, good IPO also. But I'll also see if they have shorts tomorrow at Interactive Brokers. Wow. I just missed. Oh man, I was. So somebody asked me earlier, why did I put a price alert at the high of the day? And well, that's why. Excuse me. Why did I put a price alert, a high of Fermi, see if it would take it out? And it certainly did. My problem is I couldn't get it. Went too fast. And if you're going to say, "Why don't you just put a conditional offer and take it higher?" Because I don't want to. I don't want to take it like 50 cents away from that high in case it just comes right back down. So let's move on. Okay, guys, it's 2 o'clock now. So if there are no more questions, I'll probably take off now. I'll hang around for another minute or so, see if there are any questions. If not, again, thanks for all the help all day long. The main room will keep open until between 3:30 and 3:45. William will keep the room open until then. I do have to shut down the YouTube room, though, when I leave. So if you guys who are still in YouTube, you can head over to the main room if you want. I'm putting my homepage link in there. And this is just for people in YouTube. You click on my homepage link and you scroll down, trading room, okay? So that's the main trading room. A lot more action in it, more interaction amongst traders. So the room will open tomorrow. The main room will open tomorrow at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time by Obi. And the YouTube room, I try to open between 8:30 and 8:40. Then I get on the mic at 9. Okay, so I don't see any questions. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. So I'm going to mute myself now and stop the screen sharing. Now I'll end the stream in YouTube.